he said anything about welcome to or anything like that?
No, nothing like that. And you are live now, but again, we're early. It's like a half hour early, so just do your thing.
Okay.
And don't worry about it. And I'm going to come back later. I'll cut out all the dead air before and after.
Okay, I'm going to start admitting people, and Bill's in there now, so it's open. So I just have to be here to admit.
All right. Talk to you guys soon. Have a good meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Oh, and you're in too, hon.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so Scott's left, and it's just me. And as soon as other people join, like it's being recorded all the time. So as soon as other people join, I will introduce the meeting. But I need to go and get some coffee. But I have to be at the machine if anybody tries to join.
I'll get the coffee.
Thank you.
If I have to.
So I'm in there twice. I don't know. Okay. Thank you, hon.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh. You want to hear my tale? Oh, right.
You're getting your
Good morning, Judy.
Good morning.
So we are Scotless right now. So I'm supposed to be running it. It is recording, so we are live on the YouTube channel.
But it's not time yet.
It's not time yet. So as soon as everybody starts joining and it gets to be closer to time, we'll introduce it. And
So where's Scott today?
Scott is basically in San
Good morning,
Carlos
Judy.
to start
Good morning.
the. So we are Scotless right now.
That's a repeat.
So I'm supposed to be running it. It is recording, so we are live on the YouTube channel.
But it's not time yet.
It's not time yet. So as soon as everybody starts joining and it gets to be closer to time, we'll introduce it. And
So where's Scott today?
okay, that was really fun. I think that what I did was I had the YouTube channel running on the other screen, and I was hearing everything. So
I heard it too.
yeah, so
Where is Scott today?
so where's Scott today? Let's ask the question one more time. Actually, Paul was here and he left again. Anyways, Scott set up the equipment, got it all started in San Carlos, and his family and him are jumping in the car and they're getting ready to go to Arizona for a month. So today's the day that he's traveling. And yeah, so he's heading up there, and Yuya will turn off the live stream when we're done. So he's got it all coordinated. But
So Yuya's staying in San Carlos and Scott is leaving for a month.
yeah, with the girls, taking them up. And I guess Scott's friends have bought a house next door to his parents' house in Arizona.
Wow.
And so they're doing renovations and everything, and he's working remotely while he's there. Yuya's got enough work to keep her busy in Mexico, so they're going to be in two locations. They're usually far north and south, and this year they're going to be a little closer together. But yeah,
And maybe they'll open the border soon. So who knows?
yeah, that's the thing. You know, Yuya could fly up there, but crossing the border by land is really hard. It's the same thing that we have. We can cross into the United States right now if we're willing to fly over the border.
Right.
But
But that's been that way all the time. Well, since last spring or last fall. So
yeah,
last winter. Sometime. Anyway, a lot of people did that.
yeah, those people that could afford it or could afford their vehicle being shipped and pick it up when they get there and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. So, Paul, what's for breakfast? I think you're muted.
McDonald's sausage biscuit
Ooh.
and a sugar-free vanilla iced coffee.
I
Oh, they
had
make them sugar-free.
Sugar-free.
Oh.
It doesn't mean it's without calories though, because it's half milk.
So therefore it's not sugar-free.
Yeah.
It's no sugar added. Let's put it that way.
Well,
I see
the vanilla flavoring is sugar-free.
I see everybody picture twice. Cheryl,
Okay,
I see.
on Scott's login, the San Carlos Computer Club, he has the screen running. So we see ourselves on that, and then you see ourselves individually. So there's one screen that has all four of us in it, and then the four of us. So
right.
yeah. So that would usually have Scott in it, but it's just showing
The four of us.
Yeah. It's just recording. Yeah. Yeah, I thought Billy was here, but it looks like his camera's off.
It says he's here, but nothing's there.
Yeah, he's muted and camera off. He's being incognito. Doesn't want to
I'm-
show you guys his new outfit. So,
I'm eating.
oh, so's Paul.
I'm shyer than Paul.
Yeah.
No, I
Well,
was
out here on Jupiter, or Saturn, there's not a lot of cover.
at you and the other billionaires in the world are in outer space, eh?
Right.
That was kind of neat watching that, actually.
Looked like it might be fun.
Yeah, yeah, fun, but not at that price tag. Thank you.
The price will come down.
There you go.
How much does that cost?
I don't know. More than I have.
I thought it was like $50,000 or something.
No,
Mm,
250,000.
yeah, that sounds more like.
There's one woman in Canada who has a ticket, but she's number 600 and something or other, and she's put 20,000 down. Was it 20,000 US? I think it was that she's put down, and she owes another 125 or something US dollars for a Canadian. So there you go.
What's the price in pesos then?
That'll be a few billion. So, Paul, you're in Arizona?
San Pedro, California.
Oh, right. California. That's right. Yeah. Fires?
Not here,
Not there? Oh, okay. Yeah.
up north.
Today, the peso is 20 to 1.
20 US to 1? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Canadian, we've been around 12, 13, as you know, as low as that, but 14, it was when the last time we were there, it was about 14, 14.3, something like that. We always go the other way. It costs us about 7 Canadian dollars for 100 pesos. And for you guys, what's that, 5 US dollars?
$5 for how much?
100 pesos?
No, it's 2. Well, what is it, Paul?
Well, what I
$2.
figure is a 20 peso bill is a dollar bill.
Exactly.
And 50
So 100,
pesos is 50 pesos is $2.50.
yeah,
100 pesos is
$5.
$5.
yeah. So for you guys, what
and
I always do is 100 pesos is an entree, you know, at a lower, you know, at most of the places we go to. 100 pesos, which is $5 for you guys. So for us, it's $7. You know, so Taco Tuesdays is 20 pesos. So for you guys, it's like $1, and for us, it's like $1.40. Yeah.
Well, when you go to the ATM and get 500, that's like a $25 bill.
Oh
Indian,
yeah,
So it's
50.
not much different than getting $20 bills from an ATM in the States.
yeah, yeah.
Just feels like a lot more.
Well, it
That's-
usually can go further.
That's pretty powerful coffee that Paul's drinking. He disappeared.
Yeah.
I did, yeah. I don't know why my camera goes off and on. Plug it back in here. Come on, plug in.
You froze, dear.
Now it's not doing anything. Camera.
Judy's still there.
I'm still here.
You-
Cheryl's
Come on.
frozen. Bill's not there.
Oh.
There's Bill.
There I am. See?
Here's Bill.
Cheryl's still frozen.
Well, she's taking Scott's place, so she's got to have technical difficulties. That's the rule.
There I
She's
come.
moving.
Now she is, yes.
Yeah, my internet keeps bleeping out, but yours doesn't, Bill?
Doesn't seem to.
Same friggin' house. What's going on?
Internet knows who's boss.
Okay, what time are we? Oh, 10 minutes. So we talked about buying that motorhome back in May, and we've been working on it, and we've gone a couple of, well, we've spent time 2 nights in it out at Alberta Beach, which is where our kids live. And we were having a heat wave. I think we got to 38 degrees Celsius, which Bill will have to convert for you. 90 something.
Just
Anyways,
damn hot.
very damn hot. And the air conditioning didn't work. Well, it dumped water all over the one side of the bed, of course. And, you know, anyway, so it wasn't great. So on Sunday, Bill shows me an ad for another motorhome with a hitching package and a Jeep behind it.
Oh,
So we bought it too. So now we have in our driveway 2 motorhomes, our Honda, a Jeep, and it's just, it's crazy. So now I just got a notice from Google Meet that said, your internet is having problems. Get help. If you're using Wi-Fi, try moving closer to your router. Avoid activities that heavily use your internet connection.
So is that a message to you or is that a message to Scott's system?
That's the message on my Google Meet. So it's weird. Your network connection is unstable, which is very
Tell you.
strange.
Just you're Scott, so you got to have these problems.
There you go. Scott transferred the meeting to me, so it's messed up my network. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm getting really good at buying motorhomes, and now Bill's got to get really good at selling them. So.
Well, the typical solution for that message is reboot your router.
But he's on the same router, and his is working fine.
Doesn't matter.
Oh.
You know, it just got a glitch in their software. They're not keeping track and running so much stuff. If you notice the new systems, like the Nest systems, they have an option to reboot the router every night at 4 o'clock or something, built right in their software.
Yeah, we had our mesh system was doing that, wasn't it, Bill? But I think you canceled that.
No, the Nest system wasn't rebooting it, but I had the router on a timer that turned it off for 5 minutes and on again at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, my TP-Link Deco, or whatever it is, you know, it does it every night. And some nights it screws up. I have it attached to the VPN. So sometimes it screws up the VPN, so I need to reboot that one every night too.
I still think it's strange that it does it on. Scott would say it's because I own an HP, but you know, my computer is the only one that's doing it right now. Yeah, the phone seems to be fine.
So Cheryl, are they both the same brand of motorhome?
No, the first one was a Coachman. This one is a Fleetwood, but they're the same kind of class. No, the first one was a diesel pusher, and this one is a gas.
I thought maybe you had parts.
We are going to do a couple of things. Is that Scott that's joined us? It is. Scott, you have cursed my system. Mine is the only one that is having network connection problems this morning.
Scott is muted.
Yes, Scott is muted.
He's still muted.
Am I muted? There we go.
There.
Testing, testing. Can you guys hear us?
Yep.
No?
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Well, we're just driving away from the house.
We're on the road.
You're supposed to
But
sing
I'm
that,
sorry
Vivek.
you're on the road again. Oh, country road, take
Take me
us home to the place that I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Oh, country road.
Everybody's got their own road song. Ours used to be, on the road again has to be fun because Bill looks so much like Willie Nelson. But the other one was Driving My Life Away.
No, it wasn't. It was cover of the Rolling Stone.
Before I got married, mine was Highway to Hell.
Yeah, that works too.
Get on the highway to hell. It's strange to have children that accuse me of being old. Not used to
What?
being old.
How about keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel?
That's right.
He must be still in the Ranchitos from the looks of the car jumping around.
We are going down the road. Oh, here, I can probably do this. Yeah, camera should be on. We are approaching the Santa Rosa's intersection.
We're at the beginning of an 8-hour-long journey.
Yeah. You can believe it.
So you're on your way to Phoenix, huh?
That's our next stop. We will be staying in Scottsdale. Hey, that's a stop sign, buddy. That's a stop sign. They even got construction in front of you and you just roll right through. It's people.
People, man, people.
Now I have 3 Cheryls.
Oh no, Cheryl's having issues, huh? I can't hear anything.
You're muted, Cheryl.
I think Cheryl left.
She said she was having some internet trouble.
No, she's
Yeah.
there.
Hi, hi guys. My network connection is lost on my HP and it keeps bleeping me out. So I joined on the telephone and it seems to be working fine.
Awesome. Well, I'm sorry I didn't get the announcement out except 10 minutes late. That was a really funny thing. I'm glad Cheryl mentioned that at the top of the hour.
So I guess we're 2 minutes away from starting the meeting. So Scott, you're here so you can do that. But I have to be logged in so that I can get people to join, right?
That's right. And if I'm doing anything, I'm doing it behind the wheel. So please, you're driving. I'm just co-pilot.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping that because my like I'm still logged in on my HP and it's trying and trying to reconnect, but I'm hoping that if anybody's trying to get in, that I'll actually still see it.
I'm hoping that our road noise isn't disruptive to the meeting, or I'll mute it.
Chester just came in.
Hey, Chester.
Oh, and he made it in without.
He got in without having to be authorized. That's awesome. I wish we could figure out how to do that with everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, Chester.
Buenos dias.
We're just taking off for Phoenix. Emily, Viviana's in the back. She's not feeling so good this morning. She had a bad day yesterday.
Are you flying out of Phoenix or just visiting?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're heading up to Alaska, and so we'll stay the night in Phoenix. And for the first time on a non-stop from Phoenix. I've never taken a non-stop from Phoenix to Anchorage. I won't believe it is until we're actually not stopping in Seattle.
Wanted to give you a quick update too, that I have no updates. Other than,
You have no.
other than my Simply Safe is still in the box. My 99-year-old mother-in-law has taken a turn for the worse, and so a lot of time has been spent at the assisted living place. And I also went and looked at the new iPhone 12 Pro Max and the Pro, and I am going to go with the Pro Max because it's almost 2 hours better battery life. It's going to cost me $11. It's
Hey, I think you're
it's Cheryl. See, she just muted herself and it's not doing it anymore. Oh, there she is again.
So Judy, are you saying that you're choosing the Max because it has better battery life?
And the camera is a whole lot better, yes.
Yeah, and the camera's a whole lot better. That's what I read from the stats too.
Exactly. And I kind of verified that article. I went to the Apple store and the AT&T store and Sam's Club. So I've done my due diligence. I just haven't decided. I'm thinking I'm going to buy it from AT&T, but because they'll give me a little better deal than Apple will as far as the service goes.
And are you going to do the Apple Care contract?
Yes, because I went over and asked them if I bought my phone at AT&T, would they move everything over for me if I got the Apple Care? And they said yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's what I was going to mention.
Yeah.
No matter where you get it's all a
They're kind
legitimate
of next
source.
door to each other. So
I'm sorry?
they're next door to each other, so it's not a huge deal.
So Judy, can you explain that to me one more time? So you are going to purchase your iPad Pro from AT&T? No.
I'm going to purchase my iPhone Pro Max from AT&T. I also have iPad. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I'm going to buy my phone from AT&T, and then I'm going to walk next door to Apple Care or Apple, and they're going to add Apple Care and move all the data for me.
From your iPhone that you own now, you're basically upgrading your iPhone.
I am. The thing is that I have, since I have AT&T, I have to trade it in through AT&T anyway. Much easier for me to buy the phone at AT&T rather than and trade it in at AT&T. It seems ridiculous. So that's my plan.
I can't tell if this on, but you know, Judy, that's been, he always buys his stuff from the AT&T.
Uh-huh.
better experience with AT&T than he does in
Always talk Sam's Club, but Sam has actually stopped doing their own sales and they have a third party in there. And this guy tried to upsell me on a plan that really irked me. So I won't buy it from Sam's.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So,
Don't you those people in a situation like you could be selling
so what was it that just a minute, I have to admit. Well,
me $10 for $5 and I'm done talking to you.
Yes, Cheryl.
I think we must be having connections.
yeah,
on our
Scott, you're breaking up your audio quite a bit, but Judy, okay, so AT&T said they would do what for you if you got the Apple Care on it? I missed that.
I'm buying the phone from AT&T.
Right.
I'm trading in my current iPhone with AT&T. Then I'm taking my new phone next door to the Apple store where I'm going to purchase Apple Care, and they're going to move everything for me.
Ah, okay. So in purchasing Apple Care, your phone is then warranted or something, but it's through Apple, not through AT&T.
Exactly.
Okay. How much does it cost?
It's since I have 3 devices, and if you have a current Apple Care plan, a lot of times they'll talk to you about any of your devices.
Oh, so you get one plan and you can talk to them about your devices.
Normally they will if they're
Okay.
if you person.
Okay.
Current plan, but right now with my mother-in-law, it's like who knows what's going on.
Yeah. So the iPhone Pro that you're buying,
Pro Max,
and you went with it because
it has about 2 hours better battery, and the camera is a whole lot better than the Pro.
okay. How much does an iPhone Pro Max from AT&T run you?
Well, I'm trading in my iPhone 10. I'm getting $700.
Right.
$11 a month for 3 years. So it's around $1,000, a little over.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you get a trade-in on the iPhone that you have already with AT&T, and then you do that. And you purchase that one through a plan like that too?
And it's paid. So
it's paid off.
Might as well get another one and still have payments.
Right. See, we bought our phones, both of our phones, from AT&T when we signed up with them, but we got the 6Ss and like they were $50, or mine was $99 and Bill's was $50. So I don't know if AT&T is going to be the best place to buy.
I don't know if anyone will even give you anything for a 6S.
Yeah.
I don't think they even sell a 6S anymore.
Okay. Well, the other thing we were thinking of doing is buying that iPad that has the cellular. And we're wondering if AT&T sells that.
I did look at that at the Apple store, but that for me is like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to carry an iPad in my car to make phone calls with.
Yeah, well, one of us would do that. The other one would have the phone. You know what I mean? So
it would work.
Yeah.
Or
who gets the watch?
Oh, and then that's the other thing. Bill was thinking of getting the watch to go with the iPad,
but they suggested at the Apple store, but I'm not into wearing a watch, so I'm not going to do that.
Oh. So they did suggest that.
What?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to. I love the watch big phone idea. I told you guys about that a couple weeks ago.
Right.
But I do have to wear my reading glasses to look at my watch. So, I mean, it comes with it. I did just get a prescription for progressive lenses, so maybe it won't be an issue in the future.
We're watching him age before our eyes, guys. Our young Scott is becoming us.
My kids like to remind me how old I am. So old, Bobby.
And that's another advantage to the Pro Max is that it is big. And I can see it
Yeah.
without glasses.
Yeah, I can see a real advantage to that. I had to let Yuya use an old Motorola phone, actually Emily's old phone. She had to switch back from a 6-inch screen to a 5.5-inch screen. It's like, why am I having so much trouble reading everything on?
Scott, can't you ask your watch what time it is?
Yes. There's Siri on the watch. So you can talk to the watch. You can tell it to make phone calls. You can tell it to answer calls. You can ask it what time it is. And of course, it's Apple with an app store. So there's hundreds of watch apps that you could put on it for specific purposes.
Any idea of the price tag for a watch?
More than an iPhone.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not actually. The watch that makes phone calls, the last time I looked at it was something like $4.99. They have two classes of watches. They actually have three classes of watches. They have their original Generation 3 watch, which I think they call it a sports watch now. And then they've got the aluminum watch. The latest generation, Generation 5 is what we're up to. And then they have a stainless steel, like a higher quality or so. They've got an expensive one to sell. But you can get into a watch that does everything the most expensive watch does for about $4.99 or $4.69 if I'm remembering the price correctly. And that's with making phone calls. Now, they've got a cheaper watch. They just like they've got the iPhone SE that they're still selling. They've got a cheaper watch for under $300 if I remember right. And it does everything except make phone calls, EKG. It won't do EKG. It won't do real-time heart monitoring. Which I kind of think those features are what I'm going into the future wanting on my wrist.
Yeah, mine's doing my blood pressure right now. So
We're all trying to age peacefully and with lots of knowledge here.
Yeah, I don't think that it has blood pressure on the latest one, but I do know that Apple's been trying to do a blood glucose thing, and that's not included either. We were expecting something like that in this latest watch, and we didn't get it. What we got was the oxygen sensor.
I have an Apple Watch story.
you're on, Chester.
Okay, I have a grandson that's on the chat room for Apple. That's what he makes his living. And he was telling me yesterday of a watch that he has. I have a history of falling. Matter of fact, almost a fatal fall. And Apple puts out a watch, and I'm going to look into it soon, that will activate when you fall. It will call pre-designated people to let them know that you have fallen. And if they don't get an answer, then it makes a 911 call on your behalf.
Cool.
Sounds like good stuff for a person like me.
Chester, I can verify all those things are true with the latest iteration of Apple Watch.
I think I'm going to have one.
What about the possibility of buying something
You're
in
muted,
Mexico where the rates for the service are so cheap and include unlimited Mexico, US, and Canada from AT&T?
Sorry, David, what was the question?
Well, have you considered purchasing a phone in Mexico with Mexico service because you can get unlimited Mexico, US, and Canada included for next to nothing?
Well, that's why we purchased ours, but we purchased it in Las Vegas when we were there. And it's AT&T, all three countries. And yes, it's approximately $100 for the 2 plans, unlimited phone calls, data in all 3 countries.
Mine's about 55 right now. So, and it includes everything. And the bad thing about buying your phone in Mexico is that it has a Mexican number. Therefore, your friends who don't have a Mexico plan can't call you.
Yes, what I have,
that has become an issue.
I have
They can text
iCloud,
you.
which is an application. It runs on your cell phone. It costs about $5 a month and gives you a second inbound number that's a US or Canadian or whatever country you'd like the phone number to be in.
Oh, that's good.
What's that app called, Dave?
iPlum, IPLUM.
iPlum, and you say it's about $5 a month US.
Right. It used to be $1 a month or something. They raised their prices.
And we could put a Canadian phone number, an inbound Canadian phone number on the phone?
Correct. I have a US inbound. Now, the disadvantages of it are, one, some people will get a caller ID on their phone that shows your Mexican phone number, even though you dialed the US phone number in my case.
Yeah.
The other disadvantage is some services don't recognize it as a known telephone service. So they say this is not a valid number.
Right. Yeah, I've had some issues with medical professionals, different people not wanting to phone my US number, or me phoning people and thinking that I'm selling them a timeshare. So I have to make sure that people know that my phone calls are coming from a Nevada number. So I think, like Judy said, if you bought it in Mexico, you would have a Mexico number. But Dave, sounds like you've got a solution to that.
Well, but some of the times, and some people will see that Mexico phone number, it doesn't always appear as the US phone number, even though they dialed.
Right.
I have T-Mobile, and with T-Mobile, I get 2 different accounts, and since I have white hair, it costs me $60 a month, and I can call from 120 different countries on my account.
In my case, I don't have much data because I don't use it much on the phone, but my cell phone bill is like $20 a month, and it included a reasonable Motorola One phone and unlimited calling.
Can't complain about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. My Canadian cell phone.
Cheryl's
Can I
lost.
chime in?
Is this Bozo the Clown?
Yeah. Cheryl's locked.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay. Hey, I was going to go back to Judy's new iPhone 12 Max. The iPhone 12 comes as a dual SIM phone, so you can maintain 2 different phone services on it. Now, recently, we've had a customer that bought a 12 in Mexico, and he's having a hard time getting his Mexican and his American service on the phone. And one of the reasons is because he just swapped the SIM over. He's used a Mexican SIM card, as you know when we say SIM card. The iPhone 12 and the latest Samsung support, and the Apple Watch support this thing called an eSIM, which is a programmable card that's built into the phone. The iPhone 12 has the eSIM and the typical SIM with a slot. And Judy, when you buy your phone, make sure that AT&T is programming that eSIM for your service, not just giving you a card.
Okay.
And that way you'll have the flexibility of putting a Telcel SIM in it when you get down here.
Okay. So it's an SIM.
It's a SIM, but
Programmable SIM.
it's
Okay.
called an eSIM. It's already part of your hardware, and the
Okay.
only reason you use it is because the people that are helping you are lazy.
Okay.
There's no reason not to activate it and use that.
Okay.
And if you're gonna buy it at AT&T, then they should be the ones that are programming your main service on it.
Right.
It leaves the spot open for another service.
The first time we went looking for an iPad, we were down in the United States, and we were used to seeing the little slot where you push a button and the tray comes out so you can put your SIM card in, and there wasn't one there. And we pointed this out to the fellow that was trying to sell it to us, and he said, "Oh, it's the SIM card's already in there," and it was an AT&T SIM card. And you couldn't change it unless you took the whole machine apart. There was no door there to change it. So
Wow.
be careful you don't end up with one like that.
Well, no, that's a feature, not a bug. Any place that you buy service should have the ability to program that eSIM. Like you should be able to walk into Verizon and ask them to program the eSIM for their service.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, but what's unique is the iPhones have two. The iPads only have one, and it's that pure eSIM right now. If you're gonna do it with iPads, I think I would spend some time talking with Apple about that flexibility, just so you're comfortable with what you're getting into. What has been eliminated with the eSIM is your flexibility of just getting a card and swapping it yourself. You are dependent on the carrier helping you program that service. If that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Okay, guys. I've got to.
Sorry, I was making notes. I have turned off my connection on my HP because I lost my network again, and on the little phone again, the iPhone. Yeah. Okay. So we figured out about the eSIM. Is that what Scott was calling it?
E like Edward, SIM, eSIM.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have to make sure that it's open to be. It's not dependent on one carrier.
It has to be activated. Activated is what it said.
Activated, not programmed? Okay, activated.
Activate the eSIM.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, I'm heading out to the assisted living, so I'll see you all next week.
Okay, bye, Judy.
Bye.
Thanks for checking in, Judy, and good luck with everything. Yeah. Okay. So, topics. Does anybody have something else that we need to talk about?
Hey, there is the document.
I've got to turn my speaker on.
Oh.
I have a subject.
Okay, go for it, Chester.
Recently, I have Microsoft 365 Office, which gives me a terabyte of cloud. And I was contemplating backing up my whole computer onto the cloud, and I frankly could not figure out how to do it. Is anyone done? Is my voice going away?
Yeah, no,
you're still there, Chester.
Okay.
Okay, Scott's trying to hear it. Chester, basically, you're asking about trying to store on the iCloud.
Not store. The problem with storing is that it takes it off of your computer and puts it on the cloud. what I really want to do is just back up without taking it off of my computer.
No, Chester, that's not true. No matter what cloud service you're using, it will leave it on your computer. The issue becomes, where does it leave it? And the OneDrive and the iCloud now both leave your documents in place as they back them up to your cloud space. When you make changes to them on your desktop or in your documents, then those changes are updated to the iCloud. So it's never been easier to use because you don't have to change the way you do things.
Okay, I don't have the steps for backing up my computer, and when I go to my Microsoft account, it really doesn't allow me to back up. It doesn't discuss backup. So I'm a little curious.
It's not clear in the Microsoft account, but it is part of the OneDrive. And so that's where you want to look for it, is you want to go into OneDrive in Windows 10 and go into the settings. And I'm sorry I don't have it in front of me, but the settings is a 3-tab window. And it's like the middle tab will take you to the backup settings, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, I'll go to OneDrive instead of Microsoft.
Yeah, go to OneDrive, go and when you bring up OneDrive, OneDrive is a little gray cloud that sits in your taskbar over the right.
I can't find that either. It doesn't sit over on the right. I read that on the internet.
It might be your task is hidden. You know, the taskbar can hide things. If you hit that little caret on the right, it'll open up another window of taskbar items.
I did, and it's not there.
Okay, then that's frustrating.
Right.
Most can't get it to go to leave the taskbar. It could be that you've disabled or something is disabled the icon showing up, which is the startup item. The quickest way I know to verify that would be to look at your startup item. And that's actually in your settings in Windows. If you go into settings and do a search on startup, there's this new list of potential items at startup, and they've got off and on switches next to it. And I think OneDrive is also one of those. There's a whole bunch of things like that you can choose to turn on or off at startup.
Yeah, I think that will lead me in the correct direction. I just didn't know to do that.
Yeah, and then when you click on that OneDrive, what it's going to show you is a window of your status of synchronized file. And where you need to go is in that window, to the lower right, there's the ellipsis, the 3 dots. And when you click on that, you'll find a settings option, and that's the option you're supposed to be in. Under that, you would find backup options, and then under backup, you're just choosing all the folders that you want to include in the backup.
Can you designate all folders, period?
Well, the way Microsoft has laid it out is you've got desktop, documents, and then you can add whatever other folder. You could do the C drive if you wanted to.
Oh, okay. That would take care of it.
Yeah. You can just you can play around with it at that point. What's neat about the backup option with OneDrive, and again, this is all hinging on the subscription service. If you're already buying Office subscription service, you already have all this space out there that you can use. If you haven't bought Office, then you only have about 5 gigabytes to use in the cloud, and I wouldn't recommend this approach.
No.
But But if you've already got the subscription, you have plenty of space out there for what you have on your C drive, or what most of us have on our C drive.
The key to it is I never found the little green icon, and you've told me how to go find it now that I can do that, then it should work out. So
yeah, the little gray cloud. If you're not signed into it, it has an X through it. But in this case, it's not even showing up on your taskbar, and that could be startup item.
Okay, good. I know where to go.
All right.
So Scott, if you were using OneDrive, would you say there's no need to use Microsoft's file history, which automatically makes a copy of anything deleted, but also anything changed? It also keeps track of things that get deleted.
You know, that's a good question. The file history is local, and the OneDrive backup is in the cloud, but they're almost identical in the way they work.
Yeah, you can choose the location for your file history file to be at. I happen to put mine on a drive attached to my router, so it's physically remote from the computer.
Yeah, no, I think that's awesome. That my file history is on an external drive, and yours is on a network drive. So what you would be doing, I'm a long proponent of having more than one backup, an on-site backup and an off-site backup. And so that's what that would be. I wouldn't put my file history in OneDrive. I'd put my file history on a local drive, and then I would use OneDrive as my off-site backup.
Yeah, I'll mention the only gotcha with putting the file history on a drive attached to my router is that it doesn't automatically, should I say, mount that drive to make it accessible. If not, there's tricks to do that. Don't use the super fancy ones. There's a very simple, basic one that you can use. Or just as simple as click on the drive in Explorer and it'll mount instantly.
Well, you could use that network, what is it, the net use drive letter, the mapping, that you could set that up as a startup item if you needed to.
Yeah, I just have a little batch file that uses NetSH, I believe.
Yeah, okay, so in that case, you could take the batch file and stick it in your startup folder.
Right.
And when you start up, it would force that connection.
But I love file history because it's so much easier. The only bad part about it, I find, is that I don't like their cleanup, which you can only set for the number of days or whatever it is for basically everything.
Yeah, you can set it. I think by default it hangs on to over a year of changes. Like in file history, I think that's a fundamental thing to understand about it is how often does it back up, and how long does it hang on to change? Like you might have it back up every hour, but only care about the changes for the last 30 days. And so if it's backing up every hour, you might have made a bunch of changes as you were working on something. And you might have a perpetual changes back for the last year, whereas none of that has any value to you, but it's taking up space.
Well, but most things on the PCs are designed to work in memory. And since most things work in memory, they aren't really changed until they are written back to disk, which is when you close them. So only when it goes back to disk does it now treat it as a changed file, and thus it gets backed up. In my case, every 10 minutes or 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think I've got file history running on my system every half hour.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing that not enough people are using.
Well, On this note, did you notice that the subscription office has a system for making regular saves? Like they put it front and center. If you want to regularly be saving, kind of like hitting save every 10 minutes, right? Updating the file. It is available only on OneDrive. So you have versioning being provided to you by Microsoft Office, but only if you're saving it in. Does that make sense? What I just said?
Yes, and even the antique office stuff had a save every so many minutes.
Good. So we are thinking about the same thing. So that save every minute, every so many minutes, was configurable in the old Office. And the idea was that you crashed and you get back into Office. It goes, hey, I got this backup. Do you want to use this backup? The way that this system is front and center in Office 365 is that think that you don't have that antique system longer, but it still exists. It's just the way they word it is like you have to save it in OneDrive to take advantage of it. Whereas the thing that they put front and center is the versioning. Go back 10 minutes, go back 15 minutes, and restore that file, which has never been part of Office. Office has always been that temporary, I recovered from a crash versioning, if that's making sense. I know that I had a customer that was confused about the new version because it was offering versioning front and center as a feature of Office, and then it was forcing them to use OneDrive to take advantage of it. And the thought was, well, what if I crash? I want it to be continually backing up. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a local drive or if it's OneDrive. It's still doing that periodic save. It just feels like it's not because of the way they present this as a new feature, this version. I hope that makes sense. Somebody out there using Office knows what I'm talking about. Am I still connected?
Yep.
You are.
Okay.
I lost my network again. So while you were talking, I put 3 things in the chat. The one is the Google Doc that Scott created, which is our shared doc with the different topics. And I'm not sure if everybody found that, but I thought it would be good to share that link. The other 2 are the topics or the things from that document that Scott had given us as possible topics for today. The one is the hackers that have come up with the insulin. Now, oh yeah, I'll find it. Hold on. The biohackers take aim at big pharmacies' strange hold on insulin. And I found this an interesting topic. And the one thing that really struck out in my mind was that the original discoverers of insulin, Banting and Best, and the other 2 doctors in Canada, they never patented their discovery, and it was free for everybody to use. But somewhere along the way, big pharmacies took over and were creating insulin and holding everybody basically hostage with the big prices. And so these biohackers have figured out the way to produce the human insulin that we're using these days, and they're sharing it with the world. So, interesting.
I have
Sounds
another
like
another technical topic
to me.
if we're ready.
Go ahead, Chester.
Yesterday I was just browsing around on Facebook and ran into a couple of videos that I really wanted to save, but I can't figure out how, and maybe I'm not permitted. But the file is an HTTPS. And is there any way that you can take an HTTPS and get it in your computer so that you can make a DVD out of it?
I think Scott's going to try and answer that.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 1, 2.
Scott, you're fading.
That doesn't sound like something saved it correctly. What I would say is that there are applications out there you can use specifically for the function of taking videos off of YouTube.
Now, this isn't YouTube. This is not YouTube. I have those programs that I can take a YouTube and convert it. This is an HTTPS. If I save the link, I can always go back and look at it. But this is to convert the link to a video that I can use in my computer, making a slideshow, for example.
Yeah, I don't know how your name.
Scott, you're badly broken up.
You can put that link address in. You need something that will embedded video data out of the page, but knows what it's trying to grab a hold of and save it on your hard drive.
Scott, you're all broken up. Can you go over it
The
again?
address you have. Hold on, we got garbage coming through. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Better now.
Yeah. That's better.
So what you're looking, well, first off, where is the video posted?
Facebook.
It's a
Facebook
video. Okay, so I think that's really where you need to start. Is you need to go to Google and start Googling how to save a video off of Facebook. If that makes sense. There's going to be somebody that's written an app similar to the apps you use with YouTube, and it's specifically for helping you get videos off of Facebook.
Yeah, I Googled Googled converting an HTTPS, but I got no response. I got no information I could use. But I'll try Facebook.
Again, I think you're thinking about it in too technical of terms. Like if you're writing a program, if you're a developer, there would be things that would make sense doing those kinds of searches. But you're just a normal guy, and I think what you're looking for is an application that will take videos off of Facebook, and you should Google that kind of terminology.
It may be they're copyrighted and you just can't do it.
Well, yeah, it kind of depends how the person, whoever was on Facebook, how they put it up there. If it's their own private video, or if it's made in a different movie maker or something, they maybe shared it as a website, and you're trying to view it not as a website, an HTTPS, but as a video. So, yeah, it has to be converted to a WAV file or something.
Right.
But I think
I did find some comparison between an HTTP.
Let me be clear. Facebook doesn't want you to take videos off of their website, regardless of permissions, regardless of how it was saved. they do not have a function for taking their videos off. They don't want you to take their videos. I mean, as far as they're concerned, there's their videos by the time they're on their website. So you're really looking for a third party that will strip the video out of Facebook and save it on your hard drive. Very similar to the programs you use for YouTube.
Okay, one further point. There apparently is a difference between an HTTP and an HTTPS, S being secure.
That's correct. But neither of those designations are a video format.
Right.
What you're looking for is an application that you can put a link into that will massage it'll figure out the embedded information for the video so it can grab hold of it and start recording it to your hard drive. And that's where I think you're gonna have a lot better luck looking for an application intended to save videos from Facebook. How do I save a video from Facebook? I think those are the kinds of Google searches you're looking for.
I'll do that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, Scott, when you
And if I've got your attention for one moment, I wanted to go back to the insulin hacking, which is amazing because these hackers have reverse engineered the insulin. They have found common day products that through their methodology are providing the insulin at a stable compound to be used. What Cheryl was saying about them being copyrighted or IP protected in the United States is very true. These pharmaceutical companies have bought up the rights to those instructions. And so those biohackers can't use those processes, but they can come up with their own processes to develop the same end result. And then I wanted to add one other topic on the insulin that I have not done further research on, but I recently saw a headline that Walmart is going to start offering discounted insulin, cheap insulin to compete against the pharmaceutical companies. I wonder if you guys have seen that.
no.
It'd be interesting to know what they make it out of, and yeah, the reliability of it and consistency, and yeah, it would be interesting.
Well, I wonder if Walmart's movement, because this headline popped up right around the same time these biohackers popped up in the news, and I wonder if they have inadvertently put pressure in the marketplace, or maybe it's inadvertently, but I think maybe Walmart saw that these guys were coming up with a homegrown solution, and they thought, wow, we can't make that. We've got to figure out a way to make it easier for people to just buy it from us. And I think that's what they've done is they've decided that they'll do the homegrown solution and sell it to people much cheaper than buying it from a pharmaceutical company.
I found the news report that you saw, and I'll put it in the chat room. That it's an ABC news report.
So maybe the next step with insulin is to make it over the counter.
But no prescription?
Yeah, maybe the next step with insulin is to make it that available that you can make it yourself at home. You can buy it from Walmart without a prescription. You can just to solve this whole issue. Insulin prices have gone up a ridiculous amount in the United States. I read some stats that said like 10 years ago, people were paying $50 for their prescription, and now they're paying $350.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's not right, I don't think.
No, especially in this day and age where we still don't have universal health care without an insurer. I mean, it's like people with good insurance may not feel that, but people with no insurance totally feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the figures I've seen that in the other countries of the world, the amount of insulin that would cost them $10 costs $100 in the United States. So they're 10 times as expensive, and yeah, it's hard.
I really think we're going to find these issues all coming together. I mean, I think there's a reason that we're seeing these in the news. Because I think Walmart doesn't want this to get out of control. I don't think Walmart wants you making your own insulin. I think they see this losing a customer. I think that's why they jumped in right at this moment. Is let's just cut this off at the pass. You guys can keep buying cheap insulin from us. We'll provide it.
Yeah, it's a lost leader.
It sort of sounds like the days of prohibition, where the alcohol was made, by distillers, and then we start making it and bootlegging it, and yeah, so we're bootlegging insulin these days. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, it's so frustrating to think people like we've already had in the news people that died because they were rationing their insulin.
Yeah.
Terrible thing. Scott, when you were breaking up there, I was watching in the back window of your car, and there was mountains going by. Where are you?
We are on the road to Hermosillo at the moment.
Oh, okay.
We're
Still in
probably, yeah, we are a computer club distance from San Carlos.
How about this new Alzheimer's drug that they're coming out with that may or may not work, but costs $65,000 a year?
Yeah, the drug costs are unbelievable. I know our friend Sam Rainwater, he had some for his COPD, that the cost of the medication was extremely high, but because he's a veteran, he was able to access it at a more reasonable kind of price. But yeah, Alzheimer's, all of these medications are, yeah.
This Alzheimer's drug is really controversial right now, isn't it? I mean, in the marketplace.
Yes, and it's
Seems like
only
it
applicable.
failed.
It's only applicable to the early stage.
I was thinking that they failed their first trial, like they stopped the trial halfway through because they weren't getting the results they wanted, and they were going to go back to square one.
That may have been in history, but I think that the FDA has approved it recently.
Well, that's what's happened is that this drug, I mean, I think that's the reason it's in the news right now, Chester, because originally their trial got stopped. They were seeing data that made it look like it wasn't helpful. And then they went back through the data and they found some places where it was helpful enough to proceed again and to petition the FDA to make it available in the marketplace. So it's extremely expensive, and it's not as effective as they were hoping. It's only effective in very specific cases. And it seems like what I read was that it's effective for people that are potential Alzheimer's victims. I don't know if that's the right way to phrase that. Versus people that are suffering severe autism, now I can't even say it. My tongue is tied in knots. That if you were suffering dementia, it would not help you. But if you were on the path to suffer dementia, then it could help you. I think that's what they discovered. Does that sound right from what you were reading, Chester?
I read yesterday where I believe it was either the federal government or the private insurance industry was considering to what extent they were going to approve it as a prescription.
From what I've read in the past, it seems like the FDA will approve things that are 50% or higher effective. So it may be completely non-effective for a large portion of people and still get approved.
I don't really have a dog in this hunt, fortunately, but one never knows.
Chester, I think we would all agree with that.
Yeah. Cool. So those tech topics are there. It might be time to go to what are you watching or reading. I discovered that a guilty pleasure, Virgin River, which is definitely a soap opera TV series. Then there's a new series that I hadn't seen before on Netflix, so I'm watching the third season of the Virgin River. And the other one I binged watched was a supernatural one called Manifest, and it's this plane load of people that disappear for 5 years, but the people, when they finally land, they think that they've just had a normal, like they've only aged 1 hour and they've only been in the air for an hour, and everybody else around them, life has gone on for 5 years. So it was kind of a neat premise, and all kinds of conspiracy and the government controlling people, and yeah, it was pretty good. So I recommend that one.
What's the name again?
Manifest, like the passenger list, the Manifest. And
I've been watching Manifest. I really enjoy it. It's a little corny at times, but
yeah,
one of the things that in a little bit. One of the things that is significant in it, I mean, as an analogy of what's going on, is that there's a set of twins.
Yes.
And one is 5 years older than the other after this is done. Like the plane lands and they think they're getting off the plane at the same time, and they find out it's 5 years later.
Yeah. Yeah. And people have died and lives have gone on, and different things. Then the next thing that happens is the people that were on the plane have these abilities to see things before they happen, and it leads to all kinds of things with crime investigations and religious movements and discrimination against them. It's quite a full TV series, but like Scott said, it gets a little quirky at times. So.
We've been watching Queen of the South. Finally ended it after 3 years of series.
Yeah.
But we're currently watching Narco, which I think is I enjoy the series, but it would be a lot easier if it were in English.
So what are you watching it on, Chester? Narco?
Netflix.
Oh, okay. And you can't change the audio, hey?
No, it's a lot of it is in Spanish, and then you'll have the English words put up, but it was designed to be in Spanish, I believe. It's some in English, but primarily Spanish. Now,
right.
There are a couple of other Narco series. I think one of them is Narco Wars, and the one is Narco Mexico. And I haven't watched those yet.
Yeah, I really liked Queen of the South. It was quite interesting, and I'm trying to think. I watched another one that was along the same lines, but I can't remember what it was called.
Well, Carolyn and I are still watching Rake, the third season.
Well, what is that?
Rake. Just Rake, and it's Australian, and it's a lawyer he's a qualified lawyer, but he's quite a reprobate, you know, a drug addict and all kinds of. He gets into amazing trouble, but it's a lot of social things that are happening in our society that are worked through. Another one that we really did enjoy just the other night was a movie, and it's called The Debt with Helen Mirren. I don't know if anybody's seen that one, and she was an Israeli Nazi chaser, and it goes through a period of 30 years. So there's actually two people playing the same. Helen Mirren is the older version, and then there's a younger woman, I can't remember her name, that plays the younger one. So it was a good movie.
That's called The Debt.
The Debt. It's about the tracking down Nazis in the after the war.
Huh. That one sounds really interesting. And you said the rake. I seem
No,
to
just rake, no the.
No, that, because it seems to me there's two. One is a British one, and the other one is Australian. And I think it was the rake was out of England.
Oh.
And rake is out of
Australia, yeah.
Australia, because quite a while ago on the Computer Club, somebody recommended one. I think maybe it was Scott's mom and dad, and I looked it up and I found the Australian one. So yeah.
Cheryl, I think there's definitely two, but I don't think there's an English one. I think there's an American one.
Oh, maybe.
And that's the one that's called The Rake?
I don't think it was but it is absolutely an American production that has taken the Australian format, and they bought the rights to it and they've redone it. And it has an actor in it that we all know from different projects, and I just can't remember who it is.
I can't. This is your mom. I can't think of it either, but the one from Australia is by far the better of the two series.
Yeah, we're enjoying it.
Seems like the Australian one had more seasons, like the American one had one season.
Well, there's something about the Australian accent that works really well with this show as well, I think.
Well,
it is fun because some of the characters go off to the United States or they travel, but they come back with their impressions of North America, which is kind of fun.
Kind of sad.
I have yet to take it. Go ahead and watch the Australian version. We watched the American version for a while, but lost interest.
Okay, I searched The Rake, and I found a preview, which I'm putting in the chat room, a YouTube preview, and it says it's made by Sony Pictures, but I'm not sure.
Is that a movie or a TV series?
It says official trailer. Just a minute.
The Rake by Sony. That sounds like a horror film. Children of the Corn.
Sony Pictures Entertainment. At a young age, Ashley and Ben witnessed the brutal murder of their parents. Years later, Ashley is still convinced it wasn't someone, but something.
I'm right. It's a horror movie.
It is.
Yeah.
Isabella Michael and Shanae Grimes Beach. I don't know these people. On DVD and digital June 5th.
No, that's not it. It's just Rake.
That's not it.
No, and the lead character's name is Cleaver Green. I mean, it's not not the actor's name. That's the character.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cleaver Green is that lawyer. So you could mention it, but I'm pretty sure it's just Rake. And we did find it on Netflix, so that's pretty universally available.
And I also looked up Narcos, and it says Netflix Narcos, Mexico, renewed for season 3, but it also says that there's a official Netflix site for Narcos with an S. Not sure which one it is that Chester was watching, that it was in Spanish.
Okay, it is not Marco Mexico. It's the other one.
Okay.
I think Mexico is the most recent iteration.
Okay.
I think it's Narcos, and then later it's Narcos Mexico. If that makes sense.
The one I'm watching is almost exclusively Colombia.
That's
Yes.
right. Narcos, it rolls through the years until the business moves to Mexico. And it's actually very relevant that the Mexico Narcos actually got in some trouble with the Mexican government as they were making it.
Oh.
I think the government, if I remember right, I think the government gave them money to help finance the show so that they could have some say over what the plot was gonna follow, because they were embarrassed by certain aspects of what they were gonna tell.
I'll watch that next.
Say again?
I'll watch that next.
Yeah, definitely. It's good. It's really good.
It's probably in English.
Well, it's in English and in Spanish.
Okay, Sandy, were you trying to tell us something? Oh, she muted herself.
No, I just forgot to mute.
Oh, that's okay. I thought maybe you had a recommendation for us.
Everything you've talked about so far, we have also been through and agree. We're watching Manifest now. You're right. There are some of the writing is limited. They have to repeat to remind audiences where they left off, and then they, so when you stream, it's broken up by that kind of stuff. Then you get on to the story. That was my complaint, but other than that, I found it quite interesting, almost enlightening in some ways, on how would we handle something like that. Because I suspect in the future there may be those kind of situations. Hard to imagine, but I think maybe so. Anyway, that's all I got.
Well, Sandy, I bet you're looking forward to the family arriving.
Oh, absolutely. Today I am busy cleaning while I'm talking to you. That's why there's no video or no sound, but I'm listening. You gotta find a place to put those kids. I think I'll
Sandy, Sandy, if you're anything like me, when I met our granddaughter in the A&W parking lot in a town halfway between our house and her house, they got out of their truck and they're coming towards us, and we met in the A&W, and I gave her an 11-month hug, and we were still hugging, So you have to get those hugs in with those grandchildren.
We've really been missing those, I'll tell you. We do have grandchildren up here, but one is doing her 18-year-old drive around America, so we don't have her right now. And the other one is 13. That should explain everything.
Yes. Yeah, this is the youngest at 8. Yeah. But the boys accepted that grandma still needed hugs, even though they're 15 and 13. They kind of knew that grandma and papa were coming in for hugs. So they were good about it.
Hey, are you guys still doing recommendations?
Yep.
Yeah.
So last night we watched the Black Widow movie.
Oh.
So good. So good.
It's a continuation of the character from the Avengers movies, and we were just talking. I kept falling asleep because it was late, and Emily watched the whole thing. So what do you have to say about it, Emily?
It was such a good movie. Oh my God! It's great. It's so worth it. So worth the 10 minutes you spent looking for a good copy of Ex-Pirate.
Yeah.
Was that a restricted movie?
No,
Another
I think it was the
What was
fact
the
that it was not watched in the movie theater is what.
we haven't been to a movie theater in a year.
I'm sure it's also pretty good in the movie theater.
It follows her story as she goes back to Russia for some reason.
It's not Russia.
What is it?
So it's a story between Civil War and Infinity War, and she's going to many places. There's Norway, and there's Budapest, and there's a lot of places. It doesn't really matter. Because,
The Marvel movie.
yeah.
The Marvel movie, so it's got awesome special effects and a good storyline, and it fills in gaps in the other Marvel movie.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure the grandkids are gonna love it.
Yeah.
Also, Black Widow's so cool.
One of Emily's favorite characters. What do you think, Phoebe? We're talking about Black Widow right now. Did you enjoy the movie? You did?
Watch it.
You didn't watch it?
I was thinking that.
Poor Phoebe was sick in bed last night. She's barely holding on right now.
That's not a good condition to be in when she's gonna get on an airplane.
Right?
Yeah.
Did you hear her? She's convinced it was food poisoning.
We're all convinced it was food poisoning. I'm also pretty sure it was food poisoning.
Grandma has a question.
Don't mention it at the airport.
Yeah.
Right.
Have the kids been vaccinated, or are they going to have to be isolated for a couple of weeks here?
You know, it's sad to say, but we're leaving a state that doesn't care to go to a state that doesn't care.
By the way, and not caring, we just got nominated for the poorest state in the United States to do a commerce with. It was on the national news this morning. We're the poorest state of all 50. We're the worst ones they've tried to do any kind of commerce with. And we have a governor that has really helped that along, because he's shut things, closed things, slowed down ferry service. I mean, he's done everything he could to keep us from doing any competition. So that's what you're coming to.
Is this e-commerce? Mom, was that e-commerce or any kind of commerce?
Well, I think it was anything that had to do with businesses, you know.
Well, Sandy, I feel your pain coming from Alberta and all of the fun that we've had with our premier, you know, and as soon as Biden was elected, he basically decided that we should sue the United States for canceling a pipeline. You know, it's a very interesting province to live in, and so I feel your pain when you get those kind of ratings around the world.
Yeah.
By the way, we make a lot of jokes about Newfoundland and how it's backward and all sorts of things like that. But I have a friend who's a geologist, and he's done projects all across the country. And he said if you're dealing with a government, you get answers within 3 or 4 days there that would take 3 or 4 months in other provinces. So it's interesting that even though we joke about them being backward, they're on the cutting edge there.
Yeah, and I was reminded when we were talking about telephones and telephone services and everything between U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Our son is in the north end of Baffin Island at the iron ore mine working, and for 1 hour in the morning, it's about 5 a.m. our time, and then again about an hour in the evening, he has access to a telephone on the site, but the rest of it, like his cell phone, he has no cell data, nothing up there, and he has this limited amount of time that he can use the phone to contact family.
Yeah, that's pretty typical up here for people who work out of the road, off the road system.
I'm very surprised that Alaska beat out California.
I thought there were a couple of states that surely would be lower than us, but apparently not. Oh, they also put down our school district really badly, our school system. One of the worst school systems in the United States. So that kind of hurts being a Republican teacher.
Well, that's gotta, if that's true, that's gotta be a recent development, right?
We believe so. We hope so. We hope it's just who's in charge right now.
Yeah, I hope it's short-lived.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've had kids in the Alaskan school district when we've been up there in the past, and we've always just felt like it was a great experience with more resources than we would expect to have, with more attention than we would expect to have anywhere else. It seems odd. I wonder if it's just propaganda.
Yeah, I was wondering the source, but I was really surprised. I was reading a book that was in the library down in San Carlos at Tequila, and it was comparing all the states, and you could say how many miles of road each one had, what the average incomes were in different years, and so on. And the one surprise that I found was that elementary education is cost 3 times, or they're spending 3 times as much per child in some states as others. 3 times. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, you could expect to have 20% difference or maybe even 30% difference, but 3 times. It's some kids are getting quite shortchanged because I don't think they're being extravagant with the ones at the top.
The villages are the ones that are the most expensive because as well, I mean, you have the same situation with things having to come through the Wi-Fi, and there's no Wi-Fi. Just building schools where everything has to be flown in to build it. Nobody produces anything up here except Matsu. They make some farm stuff that foods, vegetables and stuff in the summertime. But everything else has to be pretty much brought in from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
So that really escalates the prices. And then I think there are opportunists that probably continue that myth and egg it on by charging a little more than they need to. So
friends of mine who are teachers, they have got contracts up in the north, and the first time they go up there, they're said, well, you're allowed to have this big thing. I think it's like a ton of stuff that you're allowed to send up once a year, and they didn't quite understand about this what it was, and so they brought some sweaters and what they thought they would need. But when they got up there, the other teachers that have been there, they had filled theirs up with canned goods and all that kind of stuff. And in the middle of the winter, basically all those high salaries that they were getting just gobbled up by the grocery store.
Oh, absolutely. Or just trying to fly out maybe for Christmas will cost you, more than $1,000 just to get to Anchorage. It's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. So the cheap transport was ice road.
Yes.
They bring it in on roads or something like that. So but once a year you'd have only this one was your allotment. So.
But the ice roads are having problems, of course, because of our climate changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's all related.
Speaking of ice road,
it's going to be bogs.
We watched the movie Ice Road, and I think Ice Road is an insult to B movies. It was so bad.
I watched that too, Chester. I agree.
So a non-recommendation coming from Chester. Don't watch Ice Road. Not worth it.
Well, unless you like Liam Neeson, and I'll watch anything he's in. It could be bad. I don't care.
I'm the same way about Sam Elliott.
Oh, yeah. My husband's that way.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you asked about COVID vaccinations. I heard on the news this morning that Canada now has 50% eligible vaccinated with first dose. So we've got up to that 50% across. And I know that Alberta actually ended up pretty good in the long run, but we're the ones that opened because we opened for the Calgary Stampede and we have people attending. But of course, we don't have international travel. We have cowboys there competing from all over the United States, but we usually have people from Brazil. We have cowboys from Brazil, from Australia, from all over. So it's much reduced. And but locals are doing better at the Stampede. So, you know, there's give and take all over the place.
I consider the Stampede to be one of the greatest shows I've ever been to.
They call it the self-proclaimed greatest show on earth. And at being a Calgarian, yeah, I've had to defend the rodeo and defend the chuck wagon races and the Western way of life when it comes to animals and things. But the rest of it, you know, we have a world-class entertainment show, and we have dancers and bands and musicians, and it's really quite something. And then like the agricultural fair, at the same time, there's a component that's like the midway is huge, and yeah, so it's a pretty neat experience. 10 days, and let's see, it started last Friday. And it's the first of the 10 days, so it's going on.
I've never lived closer to Calgary than about 600 miles, and I've still made it 3 times, I think, to the show. So it's worth any kind of trip.
Yeah.
My best memory of your Olympics in Calgary was I don't remember if it was the opening or the ending, but at one point the large stadium was filled, absolutely filled with square dancers.
Yeah.
And beautiful skirts and the movement. I can still see all of that in my mind. I just was so impressed.
Yeah, we had, I think there was, whatever Olympic it was, that's how many dancers, you know, and then at the same time we had the native component and, you know, the Western, but the square dancing, the natives, and Ian Tyson headlined, you know, and so different things. But the opening and closing ceremonies were quite something in Alberta. Yeah. That was 88.
88. Oh, there you go. I still have one of the banners.
Oh, yeah.
Banners they put up, I use it as a shade, you know, when I was in my West Philly, it was part of my kit.
Yeah. Yeah, the Olympics 88.
Yeah.
They tried it again. They had a proposal in to do the Winter Olympics. I don't know, sometime in the last couple of years, whenever it was, the last couple of years, but they failed in there.
Yeah. Alaska's been trying for years. The closest we've come is the Special Olympics, and we have that pretty often up here. I don't know. Well, it's people from around the world that will come, but it's, of course, a very small event. Big for us, but small.
They also have the Northern Games. Have they had them in Alaska?
I know we have. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I know there's a huge, the northern countries compete.
Well, we have as the Eskimo Olympics, we call it up here. We have that.
Yeah, and they're really interesting events. You know, all of just amazing stuff to watch.
I get a kick out of it because people walk up there and you'd think they're so unassuming, and then they just grab something between their feet and throw it the farthest distance, you know.
Or they have something like bones hanging and
And they
they have
kick
to
it.
kick and
Yeah.
it's amazing the physicalness of the northern games, we call them, but yeah. So July 21st, again, it's always seems the 21st, they're going to say if the border is open again to travel across. So fingers crossed.
Well, for traveling across the border, the people from the up in Canada all come down to Cheyenne, Wyoming, and repeat the event. Very similar. You know, it's totally different, but really both of them are excellent. But a lot, not just the performers, but the side shows and all the little scam stands and all that stuff. Everything kind of moves down to Frontier Days, which is the last full week of July in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Oh, Cheyenne. Yeah.
That's a great event, similar to the Stampede.
Do they have the chuck wagons there too?
They have the chuck wagons. They have everything.
I think in Cheyenne, you want to go to the parade.
Yeah.
The Calgary parade was last Friday, and it's you know, it's had so many different people. This year, instead of going through Calgary streets, they usually gone along one avenue and around the street and back, and it's a I don't know, a mile or something. They went around the Stampede grounds. So they had the Calgary Stampede band and they had a couple of chuck wagons, but it was like maybe 15 minutes and it was all contained inside the grounds. And they've got social distancing and everything on site, and to get into the concert hall, you have to have proof of vaccination or you have to have the rapid test done on site before you can sign up to actually gain access. There's no cost to go into Nashville North, it's called, but you have to pass through the COVID check.
What I was referring to was the Cheyenne parade.
Oh, the Cheyenne parade too. Yeah. These those
One of the funny things with the Cheyenne event was a guy named Joe Snow, who was the director of data processing for the state of Wyoming. Well, he would get so drunk during the week that he would do things like turn his keys into the police department so he couldn't possibly drive. And each year he came up with a different gimmick. Like one year he handed out little compressed sponges that if you turned into the bar could turn into the bank and be honored for a free drink. So he just gave them out the things. One year he did a rubber stamp, same thing. This gal presented herself at the bank with about 40 stamps on her. And it was hilarious of the different stuff he would do every year.
Well, cowboys like to have fun.
Well, I couldn't call him a cowboy at all, you know, because the cowboys are really serious, hardworking people, is what I would say. I've been to a concert, you know, like Michael Martin Murphy. The quietest time in the concert is when they did the Star Spangled Banner. When they left for the day, the cowboy culture came through. There wasn't one piece of trash anywhere amongst 5,000 people who left.
Wow.
Well, that's respect for the land and yeah,
very much so.
Yeah.
Well, I have to go. See you next week.
Yeah. You're looking good, Chester.
Well,
Glad
thank
about
you.
that.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time. Yeah, about 3 minutes left on our hour and a half. So,
Hey, Scott, don't forget, don't put any rocks on the road.
Say again?
Don't put any rocks on the road.
No rocks on the road. Okay.
Where are you?
We are on the Hermosillo bypass road. We just paid 120 pesos so that we wouldn't have to drive through Hermosillo.
All right. Well, be safe.
It's a really nice, yeah, it's a really nice truck. It's only the time in the Hermosillo, but I think it's less dangerous and distracting because it's just a straight highway.
we like the bypass too. My cell phone kind of bleeps out in there, so I'm surprised you're still connected. But anyways, that's good.
Well, we've definitely had connection problems. We've gotten disconnected from the meeting temporarily at times. We had buffering for a while there, where your guys' conversation came through like the chickmunks finally. But
So have you
then
had
it all
any
caught.
aw snaps? That seems what I always get. Aw snap.
Oh,
Aw snap, yeah. Cheryl
Yeah,
was
I
having aw snap.
yeah, I just got your connection is lost and trying to reconnect. So I've been in and out all over the place, but it seems to be steady now, of course. But here we go. Time to end. Interesting topics again, guys. And Scott, I'm going to transfer it back to you for next week, and you're going to do it from Alaska.
That sounds right. That's the plan.
No,
I would be a little handicapped because I'm not bringing all my equipment up there with me. I'll just be on a laptop. But this works pretty good. I'm just on a phone.
Yeah.
Oh, you can do my computer because it for sure is going to aw snap at least once.
Yeah, I was
maybe
going to say, Sandy, you'll finally get that technician in the air to look at your computers. It'll be awesome, hey?
I think I have a lineup of people that need Scott's help. So,
Well, I hope you're at the front of the line.
we'll see. You know, it's the cobbler's child. What's that saying?
Cobbler's kids go.
It'll be great because we'll do a computer club in the same room. So when her computer dies, I'll be able to reach over and look at it.
There we go.
Just be gentle with him, Sandy.
Gentle with him.
Yeah, that's right.
There's been a few knocks on the head with him. I'm giving them or getting them. I'm not sure which.
Okay, well that sounds good. And don't be like the Manifest plane and disappear into the Netherlands on your way up there. Okay, Scott?
No.
That's right. I'll see you in 5 years.
All the best. Have a good time
You guys
up there.
have a good week. Thanks for showing up again. We will. We're looking forward to it.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye. People are signing off.
Do you have anything you need to say to your mother?
Oh,
he's gone.
yeah, I think he is. Yeah, the other one is still running in Mexico, but it's just us. Okay. Take care. We'll talk to you again.
Next week. Bye.
That's the only one that's important. Okay. Well, if we can get the car in, they might get it done in the next